Good. All right, here we are. Oh, where's... Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. I'm tired, freezing. Normally, I have like my Let's see, we have a guest star here, Bilbo Puggins. I'm talking about you, mister. I normally start the stream out a little bit different, but not today. We're gonna do it just like this. Well, hello everybody. Hello. I hope you guys had a good weekend. I had a apologize for the setback. I had to take the dog for a walk, and then when I was getting my stream set up, a couple of things weren't working with the UI, like the webcam wasn't working, so I had to troubleshoot it for a few minutes and whatnot. But so yeah, hopefully we don't run into any more issues tonight, but if there is, you know, just give me a few minutes. I'm a technical wizard. I'm sure I'll figure it out. Yeah, where we are at now is I will just switch it right on over for you. So we last time you guys were hanging out with me, we were painting this guy right here, the Colossus, and as you can see, I pretty much finished him. You know, the character has essentially a very bronze metallic kind of, but also a little bit more rough than like skin, because it's like a metal material. So but yeah, he wasn't too hard to paint because, you know, we just took our standard humanoid character and modified him to be that of a, but he was more difficult to paint than originally anticipated because we had to double scale his resolution. But tonight's thumbnail is correct. We will be animating this guy. I have a couple of animations I want to get done for him. However, before we bring him on over into Spine, which is our animation software, I need to do one last thing, which is actually his foot. Not this foot. This foot's good. This foot is not done yet, though. I just need to finish up this foot real quick, and then the character is done. And if you're wondering why this sprite is missing, that's okay, because most of the time I just reuse the front leg bottom sprite as the back leg bottom sprite, because they more or less look identical, like they serve the same function. So we're going to use this one there, and we assemble that in Spine. But yeah, he doesn't have any like weird ankles or weapons or anything like that. He's very minimal on accessories. It's actually a very simple character design, and so he's just gonna. We'll need to animate like him like stomping the ground and maybe like punching it with his fist or something. I'll go double check his abilities, but I think it's gonna be a fairly quick and easy animation process, because I think we can also just reuse a lot of the animations that we have for him in the game, and maybe just like, I don't know, like turn down the animation speed, so it's like has a little bit more of a slow motion kind of effect, because, you know, he's like this giant, like this character right here, he'll be 5 times, you know, the scale of that of any normal humanoid. He's supposed to be like this towering Colossus, so he's a reference to the what's it called, in Jason and the Argonauts, the big statue that they fight in that movie. So just finish up this foot sprite real quick and we will get right on over to animating. So be just a minute. Hello, dog. Hey, hey, Garza. How's it going? I'm just finishing up this this character right here. That is the legend. I am the man, the myth, legend, etc. We're gonna be animating tonight. Just had to finish up the couple little things. I'm messing with like exposure and all that right now on him. Should be done, and I'm sure it's pixel perfect. Yeah, well, that's actually probably not a good idea. But I mean, he's apologizing. Ah, yeah. I mean, don't we all kind of stumble into that perfectionism? But is it a good idea? This dog desperately wants to sit in my lap. So bad. Such sad dog. Yeah, I'm almost ready. Do a couple of quick little things. I hope you've been well. Nice. Yeah, me and the team are doing very well on COE. Snake is kicking ass on the programming stuff, and I'm kicking ass on the art stuff, and together lots of game development ass is being kicked. So, stuff. Yeah, we're getting ready. The plan is to launch the Kickstarter campaign this August. If everything goes according to plan. We're on like a big 7-month content development pipeline right now to ensure that we can launch that Kickstarter come August, but depending on everybody's productivity levels and free time and all that, it's gonna help decide what we can and can't accomplish within that time frame. So anything could happen. At the moment, I'm most worried about environments. That's my biggest concern. Because they're handling the programming and I'm handling the characters and animations. Don't have anybody working on environments. So, but we need environments to showcase in the trailer. You don't want, you know, what's the point of having 50 units if they're all going to fight in the same backdrop? It makes the world look small. So I need to work on, I'm going to try and get my character goals done ahead of schedule, so I have time left over at the very end to work on environments myself. I have confidence in my abilities to see it done. Alright. From an art standpoint, the character's done. I just need to properly export all of his pieces. Sure hope. I mean, I guess, you know, if Kickstarter comes out and everything goes according to plan, I mean, we're probably looking at like a full launch of the game, maybe 2025, early 2025. That'd be my, yeah. Learn Photoshop shade properly. That's the only thing holding me back whenever I draw. But Photoshop shade properly, like how to shade things, or like, are you talking like layer masks, like lighting in general? Exporting all the sprites of the character now, and then we're gonna animate them. I honestly think we'll probably get done with this character's animations tonight and move on to the next character, which is really exciting because, I mean, it's always exciting to move on to a new faction. We'll be moving on to the Zenaris next. We'll be doing the soldier will be the next character. Is anyone curious as to who the soldier is? Soldier is this guy. Soldier. So we finished the Colossus tonight. We'll have time to get started on this guy, which is cool because he's the first Zenaris unit that we've been able to tackle. Very, very Egyptian, obviously. It's aesthetic. That'll be a first for me. Oh, I see. That's what we did. Okay, I know that. I remember doing that in college. Look up the definition. I forgot. Okay, after sprites are exported, you're good to go. Stage. Was it Photoshop? It's nice because it doesn't run very well on stream. Not yet, not until I upgrade my PC. On over to Spine. Dog. Okay. This is absolutely going to be considered a special character. The bones he's going to use. I mean, like, this character is like deceptively simple. It's always the beast units that are the most complicated in this game's design process, but I mean, I don't know if the design is the right word, but like their development process, the beast units are on average very complicated, but in this instance, it's actually quite simple. Bring this puppy. He's going to have hardly any meshes. He has hardly any alternative sprites. The one strange thing here is that he's certainly, all of his sprites are very, very large. They're twice the resolution that they would normally be. So I have to, in here, I have to take the scale of everything and actually, let's have it 0.5. That is appropriate. We'll test it here in a minute and see if the size thing went over as well as I thought it did. Probably not. There's always complications, right? It never just goes right. this is a very boring part. In fact, I would argue this, I mean, rigging in general is the most boring part of my job collectively. Struggle to think of anything else that is this boring. It's just taking sprites and going, okay, you go here, you go there, you go here, you go there. This sorted right, is that sorted right? This needs a mesh, that needs a mesh. Hey, hey. And really, it takes like the, you know, because I'm a creative person, and there's zero, I mean, 9 out of 10 times there's zero anything about it is creative. It's all technical. All technical stuff and organization. There's nothing, not much about design or something like that. It's a troubleshooting. And dragging and dropping things. Huh. This is going to be a big necessity here. As the proportions of a man. Creating this guy as if he were a man. But in all reality, he's quite large. It's actually painted, you know, twice the resolution that these other characters are. So if his scale is turned down in spine, game will turn him up. That's good. That looks appropriate. Damn right. Missed you last night. Where were you? I mean, we didn't hop in either, but hear from you, that's all. Doing the most boring part of my job right now, which is rigging. It's just technical jibber jabber, dragging and dropping stuff. But at least I have company whilst doing so. It's fun to see like the finished product and all that, I guess, but like everything else about it sucks. Character stayed pretty. I was there for I was in there for like 45 minutes, but then neither of you guys jumped in, so I just left and figured I'd if like one of you guys came in and then messaged or whatever, then I'd hop back in. So yeah, oh well. Told Ziad if you guys want another night this week or whatever to do it. I mean, I'm outside of streaming hours, I'm ready to do. Have time whenever. I filled the upon Ziad's request. I filled the hack and plan with a bunch of new tasks regarding bugs and improvements to game feel and combat and all that. So got our work cut out for us. Excited to get the game in a more playable, you know, slightly polished, like vertical slice state, so I can start showing some more gameplay here on the YouTube channel and whatnot. That'd be nice. Be aware that some of the animations are going to be broken on this character. That's okay. We're not even going to bother with them because he doesn't need all of the animations to work on him. Very specific few. Yeah, well, struggling with it, you can always move on to something else while you're waiting for Ziad's help. Almost done with the rigging here. Like I said before, I mean, he's just overall, he's a pretty easy character. Deceptively easy. You know, when it comes to I mean, he technically counts as a beast character. He fills that traditional slot that is present on factions. So, but out of all the beast characters in the actually, I'm gonna limp here and say yes. Out of all the beast characters in the game, this guy is objectively the easiest to pull off. As compared to flipping, you know, rhinos and giant spiders and dragons and whatever other crazy crap we're doing. You know, this guy's just another dude. That head is very curious. We'll have to check it out. I'm curious as to like how many of the animations I'm actually gonna have to like do with him, because there's a possibility, maybe slim, but there's a possibility that like we could get in here and look at him in on the character, because you know we're kind of cheating and we're putting him on the standard humanoid character. And although he's not going to use a lot of their animations, he might be able to get away with like using a couple on him and then just like turning the animation speed down to give it like the illusion of being like this big slow motion giant and whatnot. Yeah. Have to see. A few more minutes. Ready for that. So the song slaps. Yeah, have fun. Good luck. Last piece now, and then we can kind of like zoom out and see what we got so far. Get it with that bird's eye scope and see if there's need to change. Maybe it'll just look perfect. Doubt it. Maybe. Okay. Yeah, I can see it. Like a giant. I want this one. Yeah. I can see that. Wow, he's like a freaking Goliath mammoth tank, because you think about it, he might look like the normal, you know, if I open up the skins menu right here, right? He's technically, he's just the normal size of any other character right here. That is not the case. He's actually gonna be like I mean, good God, like he's gonna be this big, right? And the player units are gonna be like, let's say this little black line right here is the floor, right? They'd be like to this third box. Like, this is how tall a normal player. You know what? I have an example to give you the sense of scale real quick. I have to like undo it when I'm done though, but let's take this image of the footman. I will flip this go over here. I'd say he'd be about, yeah, about that big. That's how big he actually is going to be. And this is why we painted all of his textures at double the resolution that these standard units are. So that way when we blow him up, you don't get like blurriness or loss of detail in the textures. You know, you don't really need that for all the other units because they'll always be small, but this guy has to look good at a very large size. You know, it's not like you're gonna build 10 Colossuses, right? Colossi, however the hell you want to pronounce it. But these are a pretty powerful unit that you'll have to save up for, and so I figured 1 or 2 is just about good enough for him. Yeah. Undo this because that sprite right there is actually a very valuable sprite that I do not want to mess with. Use it to keep my like my sprite sorting very uniform by constantly using the same reference. Almost done with the rigging. You know, yes, he looks good, but one tiny change. We have to mesh the feet as always to make sure that the feet like bend. But, I mean, I've done this so many times now. Like, characters am I into the game so far? Am I 15, 16 maybe characters into the game so far? Gonna be 140-ish characters in total in the game, so still have a long ass ways to go, but it's okay. Oh no. Meshing the feet made it so it redid my size. That's unfortunate. That's okay. Yeah, meshing kind of sucks too. It's pretty boring. I'm not sitting here like complaining for the sake of complaining because I want anybody's pity. Like, I love what I do. I wouldn't change a thing about it. But it's just the reason why I am trying to like echo my my thoughts out loud, like the things I do like, the things I don't like. I guess like for me it would be I'd want to make sure that there's no illusion to any other like aspiring indie game developers out there, that people who look at it and they go, oh, it's a video game and it's art, so it's fun, and it's fun and it's easy or something like that. It's like, bro, that is not the case. Like, if you actually want to do this for a living, like, sure, there's fun parts, but like, it's not always just gonna be fun in games, no pun intended. There is a lot of boring, monotonous things that you might not want to do, but you're going to have to do if you want your product to turn out good. And the only way anyone's ever going to play your product is if it turns out good. So that, or you have really good marketing. So yeah, it's yeah, so I'm not necessarily complaining for the sake of complaining. I'm doing it to like make sure that I'm not like trying to sell you on a lifestyle or something like, oh hey, look at me, how much fun I'm having. Well, yeah, I am, but like there's a little bit more to it than that. The foot is back where it belongs. It's meshed. Weight it. I have a pretty particular method as to how I do my feet and whatnot. I've been doing it for a while now, so pretty much business as usual for me. Especially because, I've been pushing myself so hard lately with the art development stuff that you know, it's like I'm like in that constant flow state. I pretty much go to sleep and wake up every day and do this, so never really leaves my mind per se. Huge. Top of the foot looks good, but the bend right there is a little bit too much. So we're gonna edit that a wee bit. Would be the toe. Right. On that bend point. Let's try. Now we might have taken it a little bit too far. Spirit, we're doing what we want, but we might have taken it a little bit too far. There's a gray area there. Try this. At the end of the day, it's not going to look perfect, but I have a theory. Some there. That actually doesn't look bad. My favorite iteration of it so far. So, okay, we'll stick with that then. I mean, it's not really going to bend that far anyways. Like, most it's going to bend is like that. I don't think that looks too bad. Let's get the other foot done, shall we? Set the size again so I can do the trace. Maybe I could just not do the trace. Use the trace when I can just spend 15 seconds to myself. This cover right here, Pisces Rising? Pisces? I don't know how to pronounce that, but whoever this composer is on Spotify, they're like a small-time composer, and they've done a couple of like Game of Thrones covers and all that, and all of which are on my Conquest of Eldinar playlist. I think it's a she. She kicks ass. She makes really good covers. I really like her, like, epic style. This song in particular, with like the way that she brings the choir in, is just, goddamn, is it epic. Love it. This song right here to me is like, specifically her cover of it, this is like quintessential Dradanos, the Church of Dradanos faction, the Crusaders. If I could pick like a main theme for them, it would be this. It just encapsulates that kind of like corrupt, almighty church vibe to me, which is what Dradanos is all about. Let's Speaking of which, after I'm done with the Egyptians, I think I'm doing Draidanos next after them. So we are very close to doing the Crusaders. Like, just over 2 more weeks, I think, if that, and it's Crusader time. In fact, literally Crusader time. I might start with the Crusader unit. It might be the first unit that I do for Draidanos. So I have a friend of mine who's been looking forward to that one for a very long time. He loves it. So Deus Vault, we will absolutely be doing some badass looking Crusaders here in a couple of weeks. That, the Templar, the Longbowman, the Priest. I think that's the 4 units we're going to do for them for now. Oh. Come on. Hear that? It's beautiful. Love it. How it looks right out of the gate. Much tweaking we gotta do. To be honest, that doesn't look bad, like, immediately. Let's stick with that. Okay. So, technically, the character's done as far as working goes. However, there might be a couple of small changes we need to make. And before we jump into animations, but give one last reminder, this is a giant, so when we actually, he's not really supposed to be using a lot of these other animations because they're meant for standard size, normal people. And when we're doing a giant unit like this, obviously for him to, for it to look right, it has to have that Pacific Rim, giant monster kind of that slow motion kind of so I'm less concerned if the animations look good on him in full speed and more concerned do they hold up in slow motion, because he needs to be a little bit more lumbering and slow when he does things. Let's see how this... that. This is what we need. See him idle for starters. Pretty much right now what we need to do is just a big because I might want to essentially tweak a couple of the more standard animations and have a little spin-off version of them. I think I'm gonna move this slightly down just it's a bit more. Yeah, that's probably better, right? Okay. A spin-off version of the animation. So where he, for example, with this idol, he could be looking down more, and especially when he's doing his attacks, he shouldn't be looking at eye level, because just about nothing is eye level with him other than the T-Rex or the Griffins or flying units or something, because that's how tall he is. He'll pretty much reach the top of the screen, so he'll be eye level with flying units, but he's going to be attacking ground units, so he needs to be looking down at them when he goes to stomp on them. Reminds me, let's take a peek real quick. I'm going to take a peek at list of animations I laid out for myself. I gotta do a couple of things real quick right here in my process for this unit. That's complete. Just finished rigging him, and how long has it been? Say 45 minutes. That 45 minutes. Completed the rigging process for this character. Okay, so my animations list, I have an idle, walk, impact, stomp, ground smash, and death. So I'm gonna think about this. First of all, like if we just turn the speed down by half, that might be a bit too much. What about 70%? That doesn't look bad. Obviously, I think I still want to tweak this a little bit to like suit the character a little bit more, but it doesn't look bad per se. Let's check a couple other, like what about the walk animation? I'd be very curious. Walk standard. I kind of want a little, probably a little bit more of that. That's a normal speed, right? That just doesn't look right for a supposed giant. And I'm curious. Okay, so here's my idea. I think the bottom half, just the simple leg work, looks. About this for a second. Doesn't need a run animation. This would be important. I'm not sure. Tweak our workload here. I don't think we're going to be working on this. The Colossus and his animations the whole stream. Definitely not. We're going to wrap him up pretty quick. There's a couple of things that I really. Yes, sir. See right there on stream. I got the right over here. The song list is thing. Sleeping in the bed. I don't think we're gonna do impacts because I honestly don't even. See. Might address that a little later. What about, do any deaths look good? I have to think. There's a. That doesn't look bad. That. Relevant. That doesn't look bad either. Missing there, but I know why. I can fix that. In fact, I'll just do that roll right now. So that's a good one for the giant there. Colossus. That looks great. Okay, so yeah, so sorry, I'm just evaluating the animations list I have for this character and deciding what I actually am going to do and I'm not. Because we're not necessarily creating for full like a full beginning to end, you know, pass on the characters that we've been doing on stream. We're not 100%ing the characters. We're creating the portion of the characters that we need in terms of just for like base functionality and marketing purposes. Right now, that's where we're at in this current stage of development. So he only needs so much as he needs to be able to be functionable from a baseline perspective in game. Anything isn't going to be seen in the trailer, then it doesn't need to exist. Not yet. Obviously, we're going to wrap back around and, you know, completely flesh out the characters, but not quite necessary at the moment. I would say he needs a custom idol, custom walk, and I'll do a stomp and a ground smash. Let me actually, let's go peek real quick at his view in the faction breakdown. So that might influence a little bit of this. It's a tank, melee, it's expensive, it's heavy armor, it takes a long time to train. So he has, attack, steal, additional damage to structures. Claps his hands and a shockwave. Stop. So essentially, we're not going to do the thunderclap today, and eventually, I'm actually going to have to come back and do unique hand sprites because right now all we have are fists. I'm going to need to come back to this at some point and do open hands so he can bam and like do a thunderclap. But right now, I think all we need is for him to be able to like let out like a quick punch in front of him so he can like punch buildings or punch something in the air. You know, that could be left click or something. And then the other big thing, and this is like the crushing stomp right here. That's the big thing because he needs to be able to walk up, and then all these, you know, little footmen or whatever are going to be attacking his feet, and so he has to be able to lift up his foot and then stomp, lift up, stomp, lift up, stomp, so he can like step on enemy units like they're bugs. So that is, yeah. So these are the four that we're going to go with. Then we're going to. You have 4 animations to get through. Custom idol for this character, and then a custom walk. I'm gonna say just make it be like the top of the character essentially. I think that's the. I might just keep the bottom of him the same. Yeah. We're gonna keep the animation speed at like 70% ish, because we're still gonna be applying this kind of slowed down method. Actually, yeah, no, okay, we'll keep it at 70. Let's start with the idol, which. Very unique. It's his own idol. That's not. I mean, well, I'm sure there'll be plenty, but like, not that common. Do we have a character that's so special that they don't just get it based off of like, you know, I usually categorize things based off of like their weapon type or something like that, because that usually dictates the large amount of their animations. But like, nah, he doesn't have a weapon type. He just is the Colossus, so he gets his own idol animation. He doesn't share his animations with any other character in the game. Too unique. Might have been easy to paint, but there's a couple of special things we got to do for him. Alright, this. Besides, I think I want to, essentially what I want out of this is I want him to be a little bit, I want him to puff himself out a little bit more, and then I also kind of want him to be like looking slightly down. That's like the major changes I want with his idol and his walking animation and all that. Playing around with it a lot. This isn't something I'm necessarily used to doing. It's pretty unique for my my experiences. Trying to, you know, trying to think about this like, this is a giant looking down at everybody.
So he spoke, and so he spoke, that Lord of custom, yeah. And now there reigns we bow his song, with no one there to hear. Yes, now there reigns we bow his song, and not a soul to hear.
Sorry I'm so quiet. I'm just, big brain focusing and whatnot. Having to, like, think a lot about this, It's not every day you have reference material for something like this. That looks good. We're standing there on the map, This big old giant. Just looking down a little bit more. Deep breaths, kind of. Ready. What it looks like at full speed, though. Still looks fine. Okay. Consider that one down. Can't put the back pedal. Your system. Very much. Might as well. Okay, so that's one down, 1 out of 4-ish. 4/4.5. 5. Walks next, something. I think we can keep the base to animate the top to be a little bit more like. I think we can keep the bottom, right, of the walk. We can keep the standard walk base that we use, but by giving him unique top half that's specific to the Colossus, I think we could add more weight into these steps without having to tweak the steps at all, if that makes sense. So we're going to create the walk standard. Walk. Parentheses. Colossus. Speed is it at right now? 30? Like 40. Animate at this level of speed. Hide the controls so we can see it. Alright. And before we get into animating this, be like 2 minutes. Just need to use the restroom real quick. And we'll be right back. Get to animating his dope ass walk cycle. Guys, it is so cold here. It is ridiculous. Oh, my house is freezing. Our heater running and all that. And so cold. It's on. Okay. -7. Wow. Yikes. Yep, that sucks. Let me double check. It really is. Yeah, it's 31 degrees. Now, major ice storm to impact middle of. Doubt that's here. It's in the middle of Olympia or something. Sound. Okay, anyways. Back to it. Dog was sad and pathetic. So I gave him a bone. Pain him. Distract him. Okay. Beak. Walk top. Pretty darn easy. change the border around my webcam per faction. Might be a little bit excessive. It's a fun idea, but not sure where it's worth the development time. Plus, that's 16 different borders you're talking about, and that's not including potential DLC. Trying to get this right. It's fairly difficult situation to do. Half bad. It's coming along. We're making progress for sure. Something's wrong with that. Yeah, all together. Ended up going with a completely different idea for the motion. Big, like, marching kind of arm swinging thing now. Idea. Although, I mean, I think we got away with, some murder here. He has like the same. He actually has the same walk animation that every other character in the game has. It's just turned down to a slower speed and given a unique top. I think collectively it gives the illusion that it's like its own unique kind of giant stomping walk cycle. So, yep, another example of efficiency at its finest. Pretty cool. I would love to do like a Q&A, or an AMA, an AMA for the game, like its mechanics, or its history. I mean, anything really. I think that would just be pretty neat. Love to answer anybody's questions if they had any. The other glaring issue with the animation so far is that front shoulder, but we will get to that right after we finish the arm movement. Well, that's nice. Can't wait to see it. What's going on there? What's that? This. What is that? That looks pretty good for a giant stomping down lane. Okay. Damn. Oh. Okay. Yeah, no, I say we need to do a backpedal Colossus as well as a walk to cover all of our bases because I don't like the way it looks. Well, wonder if we could like reverse everything and see what happens. It's gonna do what we want it to, but it's worth a shot. Get him to kind of dance a little bit. Just both things. Actually, just S. the whole thing backwards. Still need some major adjustments though to look like a back pedal of sorts. Main things being right out of the gate being the body, just not be angled forward, but back. Probably messed with the timing very much. It's gracious. Spirit that's doing what we want it to, but now what on earth is this? This is tough. A tough one. I know what I'm doing though. Where it looks bad right now, I get it. It won't forever. Head isn't important. It's the thing that's like, that's why it looks so weird right now. It's slightly the arms, but mostly the head. It's like throwing it off visually. God. Oh, this sucks. Oh, this sucks. Oh, this animation. Oh, back pedaling. Slow motion giant mother. Okay. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Something like that. Being a pain in my ass is what he's being. Got to do with these goddamn arms, bro. Dog, what are you doing? No, begone, beast. Begone, beast. Get out of here. Begone, shoo. Oh. I'm gonna like get underneath my desk and bury this bone of his. You don't need to bury it anywhere. Who's gonna steal it? How many other dogs want one? No. No. Don't look at me. We almost got it. A little bit more waist twist, and I think it might be good enough. Good enough is good. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Backpedaling does its job, I think. Pretty better. I'll probably come back and polish it at some point, but I think for right now's purposes, the walk and that are good enough, which gives us 2 more, and they're fun ones. A punch and a stomp. I think I'm gonna go with the stomp first because it's gonna be easier after the stupid backpedal I need a break. We're gonna go for an easy one. I'm gonna call this stomp ability and attack. I'm gonna call it attack. Yeah, it's gonna take full control of the character too. So if you're just now joining and you're curious what the hell's going on, or if you want an update and you've been watching for a while, we're about to finish this character, move on to a new Egyptian character, Egyptian Zanaris faction unit called the Soldier. But before we can do that, we're doing this Colossus character, which is a, it's like the elite creature unit for the Weimar Republic, which is like the ancient Greek Spartans. And it done a couple of animations. I'm mostly getting away with recycling and reusing animations that we've already done before on the character, but by like slowing them down to like 40%, 50% speed to give it that kind of like slow motion, large, you know, Goliath beast feel. So we have 2 left. I would need him to stomp his foot on the ground because, you know, units will be running up and attacking his ankles, so he needs to stomp on them. And then furthermore, he needs a like a punch he can do. So he can like punch structures, or I mean, I guess like hypothetically, you know, if like Aranor is using like griffins against him, if they're like flying up at his face, he could just like punch the griffin out of the sky, because I mean he's pretty much eye level with a griffin. That's how tall this character is right here. Very large. So, which is why I've been trying to like tweak his animations and get him to always kind of be looking down, and have a lot of air in his chest and looking down, because he's supposed to be like this Goliath, you know, looking down at these units. Yeah, and I've mentioned it before, but I'll mention it again. This is like the whole unit is like a reference to his inclusion in their roster. It's a reference to Greek mythology, and more importantly, I think it was made in the 60s, Jason and the Argonauts, when they fight that giant like bronze-looking statue. That's what this guy is like paying homage to. Those kind of like Greek statues and whatnot. It's supposed to be this big Arcanok. There's a construct. I don't know. There's a Archonok. There's a word for it. I don't know what it is though. Anyways, that's the rundown. So let's get ready with the stomp. Need a wind up, follow through. I have a couple of ideas about this one, how to do this. Want to know how I know how to do this? Because I did the Magmafin. Magmafin has this, so he has to go in and then pull out and then bam, like back in, and there has to be a lot of follow through with that. So I've done these kinds of animations before, so we need him to, let's get all of these things keyframed. Let's get major body rotation stuff framed. That will. I'm just happy this guy doesn't have weapons. Like animating the hand movements when it comes to weapons, that is by far the most complicated thing involved with any character. Need him to come in. This. Okay, and it is playing at 50% movement speed in the player. So what you're looking at is actually half the speed. It's good. That means we're intentionally slowing it down. I want him to shrink up like a slinky and then expand. That's the goal here for the stomp. I want it to be very powerful. We're aiming for power, weight, gravitas. Dog, don't start with me. Do it. Now we're focusing on the wind up. has to go in before he can go out. All of this just here before we explode out. This is when the character's at his tightest. He's completely bottled up right here in this moment. This is before he's about to unleash a stomp. In fact, I would even let's take this a step further and him drag this. He's gonna get this foot ready. That can stop. Actually dragging the foot, dragging it back because he's gonna bring it up and down. about it. Normally, I would. The general rule of thumb I found with attack animations is, if you have 100 seconds, no, that's way too. You have 100 milliseconds or whatever, right? 100 points, 100 slices of pie, or whatever the hell you want to call it, right? 25 for anticipation, 25 for swing, 50 for follow through, right? So 25 for the wind up, 25 for the actual motion itself, and the actual just the follow through at the very end should essentially double those. Should be those first two phases put together in terms of frame count. So the follow through is the really important thing that you sink into at the end to like establish the gravity of what it is that just occurred. But in this case, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna have a long follow through, but the actual swing itself, I'm gonna give a lot more time to, allow a lot more of an arc, a lot more of a swing with him coming down, because it's like it's a little bit different because you don't have like these like these sword strikes or something. No, this is like a giant going kind of sound effects, but you get what I'm trying to say. Now, yeah, 20 frames. Like, this is like quite a bit longer than I would do for my average attack animation, but this is certainly a special instance. This is where it comes down right here. This is everything really up until this point was the anticipation up until frame 16. Now that, bam, like right here is the impact. We're gonna do a lot to sell this. We're gonna stretch everything to its absolute max. right here. And then us stretching it out so hard, so like cartoonishly so right here. What this is gonna do for us is it's gonna make the payoff that much more satisfying, because now that stretch the slinky out all the way, once this impact, which in this millisecond, right, the impact has just occurred, which means the following frames after this, take that slinky and boom, like right, you know, scrunch it back into itself. Wind up. Make that foot like lurch forward and more of an arc as well. Also, everything's what's it called? I don't know what these are called. It's everything's on a linear curve right now. When we set it to it, I usually save the Bezier curve till the end. That kind of instead of it just going from straight speed from point A to point B, you set it to the Bezier curve. It gives it like it gracefully it's like in ow. No, that's not a good way to explain it. It's like I don't know how to explain that to a non-animator. It's like the difference between being on like concrete and then like ice with like the slip and the slide. It makes it look a little bit smoother. Gives things a lot more bounce to it, which is in this animation in particular, it's really gonna like sell it. So it might look a little stiff right now, but I'm pretty confident this animation is gonna be slapping. All right, so here's the crunch, like Captain Crunch. I don't. Everything after this point, it's all just the action has been performed. So now we're just having the aftermath of this action, the follow through, the character attempting to regain their composure after performing such a monumental feat of destruction. I want a major issue with this. This to be even higher. That's better. Ready. Push it. Yep. There you go, that foot shake helps sells it a little bit more too. That looks even better. Really big wind up on that. Like it. Alright, we just gotta, more or less, we just gotta get this guy to reset now. Look at that. Looks like a giant stomping on enemy units, right? That looks like it does a lot of damage. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Okay. An hour and a half left in stream. We have one more animation for this guy, which is like some sort of punch or a whack with his fist or something, I think. And then we can get started on the soldier before we get off of stream tonight. Alright. I'm going to use the restroom real quick before we work on this final animation. So give me just a minute, I will be right back. finish this guy up, shall we? Simple punch animation shouldn't be too difficult. Gosh, I really am in like full sloth mode today, aren't I? No. Okay. The old liquid refreshment. One. Okay. Punch. Animation. Be like like with both of his hands, you know. Yeah, that'd be cool. This one should be as powerful technically as the previous one, but should still be just a notch under it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure he does. This isn't quite the guy that will do that, but believe it or not, there is a guy who will do that. That is the dwarf hero unit, Erden Stonebeard. He's similar to this guy, but in a sense that he's a giant stone golem mech that is being piloted by a dwarf. But he has a different anatomy, which is why he's not going to be on the standard humanoid rig, probably. That unit, he actually has an ability where he can pick up standard units and throw them as a projectile. So it's pretty flippin' badass. This guy does not have that ability, unfortunately. Doesn't mean he's not cool. Yeah, that's good. Good. Slow growth, but you know, it's one of those things where so long as we stay consistent, success is inevitable. So it's a matter of giving up or seeing it through to the finish line. I am not somebody who gives up. I mean, anything short of a tragic car crash, that's what it's going to take for me to not finish this game. There with this, and then it needs a timing adjustment. Itself is too long. Higher range of keys right here needs to be slowed. Or quickened. Like that. Okay, I like that. I can stomp, crash. Hit air units and probably structures. Don't want to use this on the ground units. So I could probably, for example, make stomp left click and this right click. So left click or right click and do, his punching, or he'll do his stomping. So it'll be a little bit spammy for the character, but then we could make his C his like thunderclap. But in terms of animations for today, this character might as well be complete. We did it! Woo! Yeah! Woo! The crowds go wild. Yeah! Another character done. Some copyrighted music and celebration. Dedicate this song to what we've accomplished. Hey, wait. No. This is what I dedicate. There we go. We did another unit, folks. Hell yeah. Oh yeah.
Another one bites the dust, and another one gone, and another one gone. Another one bites the dust. Hey, hey, I'm gonna get you too. Another one bites the dust. How do you think I'm gonna get along without you when you're gone? You took me for everything that I had and kicked me out of my own.
Just export and we'll get started on the next. Sorry guys, waiting for the export. We'll get started here in just a second. Real quick. Good skins. I think I have my number right. 15. It's not including the beast units, which we have technically 17 characters done. But for the standard humanoid rig, we have 15 done. Currently saved as 12. It should be 15. I'm gonna make that correction now. Also, look at how many sprites are on the standard humanoid rig so far. Goodness gracious. That's how many sprites are on the standard humanoid in total. Wow. Sheesh. Quite a bit. Yeah, potentially. Okay, it's 9.45 megabytes just for that. Darn crazy. Sure, it'll just keep going exponentially. Probably. Hopefully. We'll figure it out when the time comes, am I right? Anyways, I'm going to save this not as 13A, this is going to be 15A. I don't know, probably, yeah. Well, the thing is, though, is that I've seen other people working on Spine. Like, I follow various YouTube channels that work with Spine and seen some, like, deep dives into their character rigs. I've seen some Spine projects that have characters that have hundreds of skins. Hundreds. And their characters are the same resolution as mine, if not bigger. So I think it's just like a continuous thing. Like, it could support a very large amount. And besides, at the end of the day, like, it's not like we can do some sort of irreversible damage here. I don't even think that's on the plate, because hypothetically, if it just comes down to we just pushed it just a little bit too far with the amount of characters we put on one rig, well, then it's like, okay, well, then we just make it X amount of distance into the game, and then we just split it into two, and we'll probably be fine then. We just separate them in half, you know, male characters on this rig, female characters on this one, or all Aranor units on this pack and all Legion units on this pack. You know, there's no problem here where it's like, oh no, it just ruins everything. It's like we can just address that or fix it at a later date if it even becomes a problem, which odds are it won't. One moment, guys. Hi, hello there. Little goblin dog. Okay. Exciting. We're actually done with that. Switching it on over to the art tablet here. Get my station set up. Painting. A lot of reference to go off of here, but never stopped me before. I think this is actually going to be a very, more or less, this is going to be a very easy unit to do. Just uses a lot of basic anatomy, actually. Quite a bit. The waist will be the most complicated part. This is not going to be a very difficult unit. Now the Dominator, dear Lord, don't even get me started on the Dominator, which is coming up in less than a week. But Soldier, nah, we good. But I'm excited to be doing some Zanara stuff. That's pretty cool. All right, I'm gonna mute my mic for just a second while I move stuff around, so you guys don't have to listen to me clanking. Okay, so this is that boring part that I have to do all the time. So I'm gonna be muted here for a minute while I just grind my way through this. I have to make some skin, essentially some skin tone modifiers, because our Egyptian male is far from a, a pale looking dude like this. He's a lot more toned. So I need to create those adjustment layers and then go through every single sprite where the character will have visible skin and then merge those down, so that way I have all of anything that involves his skin is ready to go. It makes the whole painting process easier when I can just bounce him and everything's already kind of like the foundation's laid out for me. It makes this all go a lot quicker. So gotta do that first before we can get started on painting anything important. Yeah, if you guys have any questions, let me know. Stay tuned and we'll get to some painting. But just give me a minute to fix his skin. God damn, that was like putting me to sleep. It was so boring. That's alright. I think we're done. Yeah. So obviously the waist looks weird because that's like the one sprite on the entire character that actually and obviously usually is completely covered in clothing. So I don't need to adjust the skin tone of the waist because it's completely covered. I mean, yeah, he has skin showing on practically every other part of his body. He's very lightly armored, which makes sense because of the whole I'm Egyptian and I'm in the desert, it's hot kind of deal. So, as per you, wow, hold on, hold your horses. Before we get started with painting, we need a color palette. We need to establish some sort of Zenaris color palette scheme that we can be using on the majority of their units here in the future. Let me look at their... I have a couple other units pulled up on my other monitor, right? Looking at reference images, but I want to see the whole faction so I can take that into consideration when I'm creating this color palette. Looks like we have lots of yellow and blue. Yellow, gold, blue. There's a little bit of black here and there. It's less black, it's more of like an onyx. But lots of gold and like blue gems and some blue cloth. Some white. And then there's like the teal, like LED thing going on. That's what's in my lap. It's a dog. He's taking up my space. Snorting. Being a general nuisance. Being a general nuisance. I will kick you out of my lap. You can either lay down, stay still, or be gone, beast. That's it. You're gone. You're gone. No, don't pout. You're not getting pets. You're not getting those. That's what you're trying to get. It's not happening. this for our gold. I hope that it's a little bit more bright and vibrant and gaudy than the Eldinar Republic. It's supposed to be a little bit more dark gold, like a bronzish, the grit. I think I'm stepping up the color palette enough. Usually, though, I enter the painting process and I start, throwing down my lighting layers and all that, and then I realize, no, we need some major adjustments to the color palette. I usually figure all that out within the first unit, but it's hard to kind of guess from the start. Chief, it ain't happening. I know. I have to go lay down in the bed. I have to go lay down in the bed. Sorry. You just can't get comfortable. Promise you plenty of snuggles after the stream is over. Which we have 30 minutes left for tonight. Thank you all, as usual, so much for time and interest in this project. It means the world to me. Top is like supposed to be like the gold plate, and then this is supposed to be like the yellow coloring on like the cloth and all that. A bit more like mustard. Be like a white. Oh yeah, we need some leather. Some brown leather. Quite a... They have a lot of different gold colorings and whatnot going on. A lot. One more region. Other. Yeah, I was thinking about that. Just didn't seem like too much of a priority at the moment with such low, you know, viewership / interactability or whatever going on right now. But yeah, I'll definitely consider that. I mean, I have stream elements running. It'd be as simple as creating a button. Yeah. Perhaps that is. I could use the my flossing footman gif. You know, pop up on screen with a little sound cue that Derek could make and whatnot. That'd be pretty cool. Oh. Huh. Yeah, it's definitely something I'm gonna consider. I think, you know, just in general, like, probably the viewership with these sorts of things, it's always going to be limited. I have a gut suspicion that probably my stream, people whom would be most interested in it wouldn't even necessarily be consumers. It would be fellow developers, people who are doing things similar to me, might interested in seeing my process, my presentation versus theirs. I've already seen some of it. Like, I've had some people like comment slash interact with the streams that are also developers. So that seems like the most likely thing. Like, you know, like indie developers having each other's backs, essentially. That seems like the niche that, if this stream has any success, that's where it's going to be. I doubt consumers are probably more like, where's the trailer? Okay, where's the game? Let me play it. You know, or tune in for like a gameplay stream. You know, like an actual like gameplay, as opposed to like the development process, which is a lot more. I mean, some people like that behind the scenes stuff, some consumers and whatnot, but a lot of other people, you know, like, I watch a lot of game developer documentaries because I am a game developer, so it's inspiring to me and it's insightful to see their process versus mine. So I imagine that that's, and there's a lot fewer game developers out there as opposed to consumers out there. But consumers want, you know, entertainment, not like informational. I would argue my streams are more informational for anyone who is you know, watching it with a more analytical kind of view for like the art process or the animation process. They might come here to learn or something like that. But I don't know, I could be wrong. I don't know. I mean, I guess hypothetically, eventually people could be here for entertainment. Although I wouldn't consider myself much of an entertainer. I mean, I'm happy to try, but I don't know if I'd imagine like me painting, like listening to all my fantasy music and me painting or whatnot is probably more like chill, like therapeutic or something is probably like what I do. I assume. I don't know. I can't really speak for the consumer. I'll never get to have that view of myself. I'll always be the producer. I can't consume my own content without my lens being biased. So, interesting thought. All they are, some thoughts. Okay, so we good. I think that's a solid arse color palette. $15 more minutes tonight, people. Last call! The bar for all you adults out there. So funny, it's unreal. I like to isolate the sprite so that they're... You see that? Oh, sorry about that. Whatever the hell that is, I wish it would stop! Enough of that. Listen, I need to move I need to center the sprite. You're gonna need to let me do that, Photoshop. Okay. I'm gonna reopen this, and if it keeps doing it, I'm going to sue. Okay, okay, I have to sue Adobe Photoshop. That was what I was gonna do, and I follow through. Fuckers. We're just gonna restart the whole program. Is what we're gonna do. Wasting my valuable time Darn you, Photoshop. Right. Take too long. Like that wallpaper, my art tablet. The reason why I changed it to this is actually a technical reason why I changed this. It's audio responsive, which is what all those colors are. I changed it to this because I used to have like this Corey wallpaper, you know, to inspire myself, and it just had a bunch of my artwork. But it being a static image, it started to actually, the bright parts of that wallpaper started to like sear into the monitor. So when I was working in Photoshop, I could see that like my wallpaper was like melting into the screen or whatever, and I was like, oh my god, no, I need a wallpaper that is dark and or dynamic and constantly has moving elements. That way it doesn't fucking melt into my art tablet. Jesus. So that's not a concern anymore. Come on, Photoshop, let's go. Snap, snap. It's very pretty to look at. Nice. I'm gonna use the money I make from my day job in April to, most importantly, pay off some more debt, but outside of that, try and do some fairly major computer upgrades. All geared game development, of course. Priority. Think about this for a second. Couple. Sprite. Starters, I want to. Uh-oh. Fuck here. Let's see. Now I'm painting back at the normal resolution again. Yeah, that giant really messed it, you know, broke the norms of what I do. This whole chest area is a little bit too dark with this grass and all that. Music. Oh, there's music. More, and I think anything to this fire chest sprite other than give it a lighting pass and the nipple rings of the character. The one, I guess. Be a tiny little thing. That's what she said. Got him. pretty much I'm gonna finish this sprite, and then we're gonna call it a night. See you guys tomorrow, same time. Try to start on time tomorrow. 40 minutes. Right? Yeah. We'll do it. That's a start. That's our start for Zanaris. That's all you get. Nipple ring and a collar. And to be honest, I mean, it's not like I'm gonna stop working when I get off of stream. Of course, I'm going to continue. So, I'd wager you guys are gonna almost see if by the time I get on stream tomorrow, this character will probably almost be done with his painting. Like you guys will get to skip a lot of the process and see his near complete product as far as the painting process goes. Meaning that probably the majority of tomorrow I'll title as character painting and animation. With the soldier. Probably the majority that. Well, actually, damn, do I have any animation to do with him? No, I don't. He's using everything we already did with the hoplite. So, yeah, no, the animation. I mean, it's pretty much just rigging the character and then done. Like, there's not much animation that needs to be done for him other than just making sure that the animations that we already have work for him. So, yeah, we're flying towards our Kickstarter goals. Hell yeah. Okay, well, so anyways, that'll do it for tonight. Thank you everybody for stopping in. We had probably one of the busiest streams we've ever had today, so that's exciting. Hell yeah, let's keep it up. Growth is good. Thank everybody, whether you're live or whether you're watching the playback. You know, I'm always open to constructive criticism, ways that I could be improving the stream process. You know, I got some good feedback, some good information tonight. But even more, like tell me how I can make this better. And I hope you guys had a good time watching, checking it out. But yeah, if you can see right over there when to catch me next, it's going to be Tuesday, 6:00 p.m. I will be back here, either probably finishing the painting process for this guy or starting the animation. It's pretty much just rigging. And then if we finish him tomorrow, then we just keeps going. We move on to the next guy, the guy after him. Because we're Naris roster, here's the units for these guys, right? The guy after the soldier, who we're working on right now, this is who we're painting. We'll probably, we have two options. We can either do the Patati next, which is, you know, like same thing, Egyptian male man, but he's like an archer. We can either do him, or we can go and do their harvester unit. Or we can go do their harvester unit, which is this guy right here. It's the laborer. It's like a worshipper of the, you know, Egyptian gods, essentially. So we're doing all three of these units. You know, I'm doing roughly 4 units per faction for the big trailer that we're putting together. So we have these 4, or sorry, these 3, but then we have one more unit. And this is the one for this, like, the next couple of weeks. I'm focusing on Vinar versus Zanaris. We've completed all 4 Vinar units on stream from the beginning. That was all mostly last week. But this week is going to be focusing down the Zanaris stuff. But so I wager by the end of the week we're going to be working on this guy right here. This isn't a humanoid. Well, it's not a human. It's an Anubis-like jackal man, and he's dual wielding weapons and has a bunch of floating pieces on him and glowing lights and moving parts and anthropomorphic legs and and the weapon is the cat of nine tails, so there's like 9 different dangling pieces. Rigging in the animation. Oh god. Oh. It's gonna be rough. He's gonna be rough. It's just why I've been making sure to bust my ass on getting all the easy stuff done this sprint, so I can save this as much time as possible. Like, I mean, at least a full week of just making this guy work. It's gonna be crazy. I've been watching some videos and kind of ruminating on how I could make this guy work with the standard humanoid, so he can still this guy can also be on our standard humanoid rig and benefit from all those animations. However, there will need to be some significant changes made to the leg region to support anthropomorphic legs. Like, I can add some new bones that kind of like piggyback ride off of the normal legs, and yeah, it's some complicated technical shit, but it's in theory potentially possible. Probably, we'll see. Yeah, this guy's gonna be crazy. So anyways, that'll do it for tonight. So y'all have a good night. Peace out. Have a good one.